As part of the University of Pretoria, the Future Africa Institute and Campus has established a vibrant, collaborative space that provides access to the benefits of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research for the leading young minds of tomorrow.
Future Africa has been created at University of Pretoria to respond to a unique requirement of the African development, which is the adequation between research and daily social transformation. Transdisciplinarity means collaboration, and to get collaboration, we need a space to do this interaction.
Our globally sustainable infrastructure and world-class facilities have created a resident scientist scholarly community that works collectively to bring growth and transformation. Through innovative methods, we combine the knowledge of researchers through Pan-African networks that extend beyond disciplines and geopolitical boundaries. The environment we have created thus develops young scientists in transdisciplinary research and science leadership committed to creating an impact in our communities. In aligning with UP's focus on the Sustainable Development Goals, we have based our approach on several themes. These focus on connecting the people of Africa, developing sustainable food systems, ensuring the health and well-being of African communities, empowering individuals through transformative education opportunities, and ensuring equity as well as sustainability in a global Africa. It is Future Africa's unique platform that allows us to continue setting the standard for transforming the world through African research excellence.
Welcome to the very first Teach4Reach webinar. This is the first in a series of interdisciplinary, future-focused webinars where we will explore the ways in which Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals can be supported through innovative teacher education programs. The Teach4Reach project is supported by Africa Uninet and hosted today at the Future Africa campus of the University of Pretoria. Here to open the program for us today is the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria, Professor Tawana Kupe. Professor Kupe is also the country representative for South Africa within the Africa Uninet network. Professor Tawana Kupe is the Vice-Chancellor, as I've said, and he's also a council member of the International Association for Media and Communication Research, an organization that supports and develops media communication research throughout the world. It particularly encourages the participation of emerging scholars, women, and those from economically disadvantaged regions. Welcome, Professor Kupe.
Thank you, Professor Elof. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A special welcome to Leila Lupis, Sonia Guerrero from the UNESCO Teacher Task Force in Paris, Professor Haskari Pitalini, UNESCO Chair for Global Citizen Education, Culture of Diversity and Peace, Martin Henry from Education International, Deans of Education from various universities, Executive Deans and Directors from the University of Pretoria. Last but not least, all the delegates from Mauritius, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Sudan, Austria, Italy, France, Germany, Canada, and the United Kingdom, and of course, South Africa. Global reports have indicated that only 7% of teacher education programs worldwide cover education for sustainable development in its curricula. Global Education Monitoring Report 2017 to 28, and also the Accountability in Education on page 17. While this percentage may have increased somewhat in recent years, efforts to increase it even more will ensure that significant progress can be made to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Agenda 2030 is an ambitious agenda, but it is also a concrete plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. It seeks to strengthen universal peace and also to eradicate poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty. With less than 10 years left until 2030, teacher education programs provide a powerful vehicle to create global awareness of the criticality of the global goals for intergenerational equity and for economic, environmental, and social sustainability. Current crises like the corona pandemic also point towards the necessity of the implementation of future skills. The future of work is fast changing, and teachers are vital in the education of the next generation. The Teach4Reach project seeks to expand the curricula on sustainable development and the global goals in teacher education programs as a strategic initiative to impact on and optimally support Agenda 2030. Teachers and teacher educators are powerful agents of change with the ability to support the education mission needed for sustainable development. Their knowledge and competencies are crucial for sustainable teaching and learning and can shape values and perspectives and develop skills and concepts for pre-service or in-service teachers. Universities and schools should therefore be experiential places of learning where the principles of sustainability are celebrated in its research agendas, its interdisciplinary collaborative work, and its curricula across scientific disciplines. At the 1992 United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, the critical role that education plays in pursuing sustainable development was highlighted. This was almost 3 decades ago. Since then, there have been several initiatives which seek to prioritize education and learning for sustainability. In particular, the United Nations Decade of Education for Sustainable Development, which ran from 2005 to 2014, led by the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, well known as UNESCO. Its main aim was to encourage governments and policymakers to integrate the principles and practices of sustainable development into all forms of education and learning. Following the decade, action was scaled up via the Global Action Plan between 2014 and 2019 to be followed by the 2020 to 2030 framework, Education for Sustainable Development towards achieving the SDGs, as referenced in Odell et al. In a publication in 2020. While the relevance of education in achieving sustainable development has been recognized pertinently in the global SDG framework in one of the global goals, i.e. SDG number 4, quality education, it is clear that education targets can also be found in many of the other global goals, including good health and well-being, SDG 3, Target 7, Gender Equality, SDG 5, Target 6, Decent Work and Economic Growth, SDG 8, Target 6, and so forth. Again, I'm referencing here Odell et al. In a publication in 2020. For this reason, the Teach4Reach project is intentionally interdisciplinary in its foundations. It specifically seeks to strengthen research networks between Austria and South Africa to support the Education for Sustainable Development, ESD mission, but it is also globally inclusive in its vision. The Teach4Reach project will lift out of 4 SDGs in the upcoming webinar series. The SDG 4 on quality education in this inaugural webinar, but also SDG 5 on gender equity at the upcoming webinar in November that will be hosted by the University of Vienna in Austria. Furthermore, SDG 10 on reduced inequalities and SDG 3 on good health and well-being will also be explored in subsequent webinars. Education can be critical to educating youth about the societal challenges such as gender-based violence, poverty reduction through reduced inequalities, and the long-term effects of investments in quality education. In the advent of the 4th Industrial Revolution, where technology plays a prominent role, there is substantial potential in the affordances of technology and teacher education to make progress on sustainable development in the areas of quality education, gender equality, reduced inequality, good health and well-being. By infusing the SDGs in teacher education and teacher professional development curricula, early sensitization in pre- and in-service teachers can potentiate teachers to come up with practical solutions for sustainability in the classroom. Problem-based learning is just one way in which knowledge can be imparted. It can also help to develop critical problem-solving skills and values through teaching. This will be one of the many avenues explored during the course of the Teach4Reach project. Today's webinar will focus on quality education, SDG number 4. Sustainable Development Goal 4 has 7 targets that are related to the expected outcomes of the global goal. To be specific, it includes, for example, targets like to ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education, or to ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development. This may include strategies such as, among others, education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship and appreciation of cultural diversity, and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. Target 7, if you like. But SDG 4 also has additional 3 targets that are related to the ways of achieving these targets. These, in turn, relate to the creation of effective learning environments, the use of scholarships, and the roles of teachers and educators specifically. Ladies and gentlemen, you will note that Goal 4 of the SDGs is specifically dedicated to the improvement of quality education. At the same time, it also focuses on education for sustainable development, popularly known as ESD. We have targets to reach and we have ways of doing so. We have to educate the world about sustainability. And this is where your participation at today's webinar comes in. We would like to invite you to actively contribute to the discussions. The format will be open discussions as we explore the ways in which teacher education programs can be leveraged to support Agenda 2030. Diverse views and perspectives are strongly encouraged as we contribute to education for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, 8.5 million people were consulted when Agenda 2030 was crafted. Today, we have an opportunity to contribute to this truly global action plan via teacher education. Malala Yousafzai very famously said in 2015 that all the SDGs come down to education, and in many ways, she was right. I thank you, and please enjoy the deliberations.
Thank you very much, Professor Kupe, for those inspiring words of welcome. Next up is our panel discussion, during which we will share some of the background about the Teach4Reach project and its goals. Dr. Khadi Matabati, the Deputy Director for Academic Development at Education Innovation at the University of Pretoria, Professor Evie Augustini from the University of Vienna, and Professor Michael Stratz from the University of Innsbruck will be joining me virtually. Welcome, Dr. Matabati, Professor Augustini, and Professor Stratz. Dr. Anne-Katrien Dietrich from the Institute for Teacher Education and School Research at the University of Innsbruck are not able to join us today due to the arrival of a new family member, but she has sent us her good wishes for today's proceedings. First, a few words on teacher education and Agenda 2030. As we've heard from Professor Kupe this morning, teacher education can play a critical role in supporting the sustainability agenda. The percentage of teacher education programs that include curricula on sustainability can definitely be increased. It starts by activating high-level discussions and strengthening global networks, such as we are doing at this webinar today. So, today, we would really like to invite you to share your thoughts generously during the breakaway sessions and discussions. We would also like to invite you to network actively in the chat boxes and the discussions. Now, Professor Augustini will share some background on the broader Teach4Reach project, and after that, Dr. Matabati will talk about the focus of today's webinar, and then Professor Stratz will share his thoughts on the future of teacher education in terms of sustainability. Thank you very much, Dr. Matabati, Prof. Augustini, and Professor Stratz.
Thank you, Irma, and a warm welcome from my side as well. I have the pleasure to give you a brief overview of the Teach4Reach project. The Teach4Reach project is a 2-year project led by African and European researchers who are interested in teacher education and sustainability. It is future-focused and interdisciplinary in its endeavors. As already outlined, the aim of the project is to increase teacher education programs on sustainability and to strengthen also the global networks on sustainability by supporting the SDGs. Therefore, the project will host a series of 6 webinars over a 2-year period from 2021 to 2023. The webinars will be hosted on a rotation basis by the Future Africa campus of the University of Pretoria, the University of Innsbruck, and the University of Vienna. As already outlined by my colleagues, the project focuses on all SDGs, but it will prioritize 4 SDGs in the webinars. So we have SDG 3 on good health and well-being. We have SDG 4 on quality education. We have SDG 5 on gender equality. And we have SDG 10 on reduced inequalities. So we really welcome all of you, researchers, students from all scientific disciplines, sustainability scientists, policymakers, education practitioners, and teacher educators to encourage actively and participate in the discussions on SDGs. And we also encourage you to make connections in the breakaway groups. And now my colleague, Dr. Kadi Matabate, will talk about the focus of today's webinar.
Thank you so much, Evie. I would like to welcome all of you, and thank you so much to my colleague, Emra, and Professor Coupe for that warm welcome and speech. So for today's webinar, we only focus on SDG 4. I liked what Prof has said, that everything comes down to education. We will discuss the ways in which SDG 4 can be supported in teacher education programs, and not only just exclusively, but I believe also in higher education, basic education in general. The webinar adopts an open and flexible approach, so we would like to allow participants to shape the discussion and share their experiences, what you have done, what has worked, and contribute to the development of future teacher education programs and education for sustainable development. I hand over now to Professor Michael.
I'm not sure if we have Professor Schatz on the line, if he's connected yet. Otherwise, we will proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Irma, and hello everybody from Innsbruck in Austria. I had problems that somebody did not allow me to get the microphone on. I can continue and take up the ball, what you've been talking about, because if the role of teacher education is concerned, we have to think of the role of education, the dominant role in the work we are doing in teacher education. So it does not just mean that we have to think of educational goals, but we also have to see education of a mediator between the past and the future. And we've heard the word social transformation several times so far. And transformation is not just a transmission of knowledge. And lots of teacher education programs still consists of knowledge transformation. But the problem is we do not have the necessary knowledge for the future for a sustainability. And COVID-19 has been a good example and opened our eyes. We don't have the solution there. So it's a radical new view on what we are doing and trying to achieve in this teacher education. So we have to ask ourselves, and I hope this project will be a kind of kick-off for a new movement into that direction, namely on the first part to see how we can get more commitment into education programs and not just teachers passing on knowledge which might not even be available, because some of the students of teachers we train have not been born yet. So how could we know what they need in the future, which is uncertain. So it's the acquisition of commitment on the one hand, and then it's the commitment of the stakeholders in the sustainability field. So it's not just us as teacher educators, but it's more or less all sectors of society which have to be involved. And the second stance would be the more institutional, thematic, structural, and personal levels, because what is important to create this new awareness for the emerging future. Thank you, and I'm looking forward how this conference will really work into that direction, and I'm glad to be part of this movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Agostini, Dr. Matabati, and Professor Schratz. We would like to conclude this panel discussion with a few words on the Africa UniNet network. The Austrian African Research Network, Africa UniNet, was initiated by the Austrian Federal Ministry of Education, Science and Research and launched by Austria's Agency for Education and Internationalization and the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Vienna. Africa UniNet intends to promote new contacts, deepen scientific cooperation, and provide excellent opportunities for innovative joint research projects. If you are interested to follow our work, you can find us on the Future Africa website or follow us on Twitter at Teach4Reach for discussion in between our webinars. It is important to note that Professor Tawana Kupe, the Vice-Chancellor and Rector of the University of Pretoria, is the country representative of Africa UniNet in South Africa. And then finally, we wish to thank Professor Sheikh Mbao, the Director of Future Africa, where this virtual webinar is hosted today, for supporting the Teach4Reach project. I would now like to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Professor Salome Iman-Vogel. She is the Deputy Dean for Teaching and Learning at the Faculty of Education at the University of Pretoria, where she is responsible for curriculum transformation as well as student access and success. Over to Professor Iman-Vogel.
Thank you very much, Professor Elof, for those kind words of introduction. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Tawana Kupe, and of course also Dr. Khadi Matabate, and thank you very much for the invitation to be able to share some of the thoughts I have on sustainability and education this morning. Und dann natürlich auch Herr Professor Michael Schratz und Frau Professor Ivi Agostini. Das ist mir ein Vergnügen, um Ihnen zu begrüßen heute Morgen. Und natürlich auch andere deutschsprachigen Kollegen. Das ist für mich immer ein Vergnügen, um immer wieder mein gebrochenes Deutsch auszuprobieren. Also herzlich willkommen. Right, so while I just quickly share my screen, so that I can start. Right, so I think you should be able to see my screen there. Ladies and gentlemen, in the UNESCO Framework for Education for Sustainable Development beyond 2019, education is described as a key enabler of all the other sustainable development goals. Education is said it must be transformative and enable learners to find solutions for the challenges we face as a society. For education to be a transformative driver of sustainable change, I would want to argue this morning and hopefully be successful also in illustrating that for education to be transformative, it must address two key considerations. If it is to be the key with which we unlock its transformative potential, those key considerations are connectedness and empathy. Lastly, I will argue that disruptive and radical innovation is needed in education today to prepare the youth for solving the critical problems we face, problems that we can slowly but surely begin to observe in our daily lives if we know where to look. A photo of these lovely jacarandas that you see was taken by me as I drove to work one day. Professor Fitchett from the Physical Geography Department at Wits University writes in the conversation on 5 July 2021 that jacarandas in Pretoria are blooming earlier than they used to, and that it is a warning sign of climate change. If this trend continues, she says, the trees could begin to flower when it's too cold and become dormant. And while this photo was taken in October 2017, these days jacarandas have been seen to start flowering as early as September, whereas 100 years ago or so, apparently they bloomed in November. Due to the deterioration of our natural resources and biodiversity on a massive scale, the destruction of our planet is primarily related to how humanity exploits resources in land and in the sea. We see overexploitation of animals and plants through harvesting, deforestation, fishing and hunting, and much of this is fueled by the indirect drivers of change in the way we use the planet's resources, our trade, and technological innovations. In the Northern Hemisphere, a few weeks ago, we've seen record temperature highs recorded in Canada. And the past week, many people have lost their lives due to floods in Germany and Belgium. In southern Madagascar, the population there is facing imminent death by starvation due to famine caused not by war and strife, as is often the case, but drought and natural disasters driven by climate change. In our cities, pollution is increasing steadily, particularly pollution of plastic and microplastic, which has increased tenfold in the last 50 years. Plastic is literally found everywhere. National Geographic reports that a plastic bag was found in the deepest part of our ocean at 10,000 meters in the Mariana Trench. In 2020, for the first time, evidence in the form of styrofoam was found in the gut of an organism called Cryptopygus antarcticus. Yeah, this small organism living in the Antarctic was found to have ingested polystyrene the size of about 100 micrograms. The Earth's population has doubled in the last 50 years, and the economy has grown fourfold, and global trade tenfold, but it has not done so in a way that protects our planet or the livelihood of billions of people. And this is so because economic activity favors expansion over conservation or restoration. We are, unfortunately, a consumerist society, and there's seemingly no end to our thirst for more and more resources, sometimes also in the name of sustainability. On 1 July 2021, science journalist David Schickman reported via BBC News that the tiny island state of Nauru in the Pacific Ocean is demanding clarity on the rules of deep sea mining. They argue that they stand to lose the most from climate change, and they want to access cobalt-rich rocks on the ocean floor that can be used to make batteries and other renewable energy systems. It seems somewhat counterintuitive to destroy nature to access resources to build renewable energy systems to protect the environment. It also seems counterintuitive, if not downright silly, for inhabitants of a planet to destroy the very thing that makes life possible. So the critical question I think we need to be able to answer is, why are we doing this? Why are we seemingly on a road that can only lead to mass extinction of the human race? I think none of us here this morning would say that we don't care about the planet, yet all of us are participating in its demise. But to answer these questions, I would like to advance the following three hypotheses. Number one, I think people have become disconnected to nature, and they lack understanding of how their actions impact on nature. My second hypothesis is that people who are disconnected from nature might still appreciate nature, but their lack of empathy for all living things that arise from this disconnection render them incapable of realizing how their actions impact on all living things. And thirdly, I think restoring this connection can be accomplished by incorporating empathy in our curricula so that we can come to understand and modify the impact that we have on our planet. Acknowledgement of this disconnection from nature, animals, and one another, and the resulting lack of empathy is, in my opinion, at the root of issues of sustainability, and it is key to understanding how education must transform if it is to support and enable the attainment of all the other sustainable development goals. I think these two issues are at the heart of the meaning and purpose of education. I'll now spend a few minutes illustrating to you why I believe these two issues should inform the discussions you will be having today. And I will show how many have, for various reasons that I will outline, become disconnected from one another, from nature, and from our planet. Apart from the serious health concerns that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought with it in 2020, it has also exacerbated another modern-day problem, often described by some as an epidemic, namely social isolation and loneliness. It is well acknowledged that social isolation and loneliness can lead to long-term health consequences, such as a 50% increase in the incidence of dementia, higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide, and generally a risk for premature death. We also know that immigrants, gay, transgender, and other minority populations are significantly more likely to experience the social isolation that is associated with the health risks described. Gender inequality, discrimination against minority groups, persecution of those who do not share our value and belief systems, who are perceived as different to us, are some of the key drivers that maintain this disconnectedness and lack of empathy that fuel conflicts, war, and poverty in countries across the globe. Education is a recognized protective factor for eliminating poverty and achieving sustainability. Access to education for everyone, of course, is key. And even though UNESCO points out that we've been doing fairly well at achieving almost universal access to education, when we look at the attainment of learning outcomes, we see children emerging from the first couple of years of education, generally not having mastered foundational skills of literacy and numeracy. And these poor outcomes are compounded and exacerbated as they move through the school system, with many dropping out along the way. In addition, physical violence and bullying and sexual violence has become endemic in many schools across the globe. Whether it is politics that divide us, religion that separates us, or social class, racism, or economics that isolate us, we have set the world up in a way that disconnects us from one another. Apart from our disconnectedness to one another in society, there's also ample evidence for our growing disconnection to nature through the way that we have structured our societies. In a study published in Perspectives on Psychological Science in 2017, it was reported that words related to nature steadily declined in English fiction, movies, and pop hit song titles after 1950. The authors of the study are suggesting that these cultural shifts are largely due to technological innovation since the 50s and the increased availability of indoor and virtual recreation options. The 1950s, of course, saw the rapid rise of television, bringing people indoors, and in the 1970s, video games appeared, causing children to spend even less time outdoors. Soon enough, the internet took off and have kept us in front of our screens since about 1990. As recently as this year, a study in the International Journal of Science Education discussed the importance for curricula to teach children species knowledge because of the positive correlation between knowledge of nature and the propensity to want to preserve it. If one learns about nature, if one realizes how connected one is to the planet, one tends to appreciate its fragility and is more likely to want to protect it. It's also important to our well-being. Being connected to nature impacts positively not only on sustainable behaviors, but also in terms of happiness in children and, of course, well-being in adults. I hope that today you will discuss how we can advance these ideas in education now and in the future. For example, how must schools be organized to foster such connections? As universities, how do we take the evidence before us and educate our students to be the future teachers who use this knowledge to transform not only what their learners know about the world, but to teach them the courage to think differently about our planet and to have the commitment to make different choices than our generation did. If you live in a city, as 56% of the world population did in 2020, images above might be familiar to you. The cities we live in and the lack of green spaces in them is acknowledged to make us ill and unhappy. The picture at the bottom you see there is of downtown New York, which is what is called an urban heat island. It means that it is a built-up area and it is much warmer than the urban areas surrounding it. A city with about 1 million people can easily be 1 to 3 degrees Celsius warmer than the area surrounding it. This heat leads to worse air quality due to pollution, poorer water quality, and people rely on air conditioners that demand more energy, leading to energy supply shortages and rolling blackouts. Unless cities are designed so urban dwellers have access to green spaces for social interaction and that encourage and nurture human-nature interaction, they will be less likely to support nature through sustainable practices or understand why it's important. When people living in cities become disconnected to nature and animals, they are also less likely to care or have compassion for plants and animals and will not readily appreciate how their choices and habits in this city they live in affect the natural world from which they are literally very far removed. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Tawana Kupe, spoke about the fourth industrial revolution, and Society 5.0 we hear is upon us. And we hear that it is creating or will be creating increasingly nebulous boundaries between technology and the human world as technology enters more and more areas of our lives and shape the way we work and the way we spend our leisure time. But technology is a two-edged sword. After 2020, I think very few of us will contest that technology will continue to play a crucial role in delivering quality education. In terms of sustainability, it is an important instrument in raising awareness and educating us about how our world is changing. But technology also entrenches existing inequalities and poverty for those who do not have access to it. For those who do, technology can erode our natural connections with the world even further. We are socially connected in cyberspace now more than ever before, but the virtual world we spend so much of our time in is transient, fleeting, ever-changing, and it does not foster the deep social and emotional connections that are crucial for building a caring and just society. So when it comes to quality education, I hope I can convince you to consider some of the following thoughts today. I think empathy needs to be a key pillar in education, particularly in the foundation years. Human beings are wired for empathy through a neural network of mirror neurons that allow us to understand what another is experiencing by merely observing their behavior. It is thought to be the foundation of social and emotional learning, the key to imitative behavior and role modeling, and a prerequisite for building the sense of community and connectedness we so badly need. The Danish school system, for example, has made empathy mandatory in school curricula since 1993. And there are some who think that this is the reason why they've been ranked consistently as one of the happiest nations in the world. Bearing in mind that empathy can be learned through observation of others who practice empathy, I invite you to consider how curricula could be centered around themes of understanding and practicing empathy towards others as a means of creating classroom community, the role of parent education to foster the modeling of empathy at home and in the community, and extending our empathy to include people in other societies, animals, plants, nature, and all living things. Discussion about the future of education and the world of work frequently also touch on themes such as the 21st century skills we should be teaching our children and students. One of these is complex problem solving. To solve complex problems, it is recommended that we follow a human-centered and goal-oriented approach. And it's very necessary to understand the problem space from the perspective of those affected by it. Key to this approach, of course, is to learn how to develop empathy for those affected by a problem so that we don't impose irrelevant solutions that are out of touch with people's experience of the problem. I think this is a really, really important skill to learn simply because the complex problems we are expected to solve in society are problems with which we might have some experience, but often their wickedness makes multiple perspectives possible so that it can be very difficult to agree on what the solution is. It is also important because sustainability demands more than superficial first-order systemic change. It requires deep second-order and lasting systemic change, even to the very way our systems are structured. The design thinking approaches that are currently very popular in education addresses these aspects by teaching people how to tackle problems innovatively, how to develop empathy for those affected by a problem, and how to use our knowledge of the human experience of the problem to design solutions. I want to say that if we think we are going to create a sustainable world, a just and caring society, in which we use our natural resources responsibly merely by building awareness of the Sustainable Development Goals into our curricula, then we might be missing the point. Merely raising awareness of sustainability goals and what Professor Schratz has pointed out, just knowledge transmission, in my view, will only lead to superficial first-order change in some people's behavior. Because we need deep second order and systemic change, we need to reimagine education in a way that will lead to a change in how we think about the nature and the purpose of education. Thus, I think we should not focus just on teaching content as much as we should actually be focused on understanding the problems we face and asking more questions about them. I would like you to consider today that what we need in our schools and universities is to reimagine our curricula to focus on questions rather than content. Particularly, preschool and primary school children are exceedingly good at asking questions. But somewhere around senior primary or middle school, we tend to kill this natural propensity. Maybe because there's too much content to cover and no more time for asking fascinating questions. If we design our curricula around inquiry-based approaches that focus on teaching and assessing the quality of the questions we can ask about the problems we face rather than the provision of answers, then I think we might have a chance of getting closer to a transformative model of education for sustainability. Lastly, I think authentic learning experiences must be centered around the critical problems of a particular discipline rather than the content of the discipline only, as they relate also to real life. Students should be encouraged to formulate their own questions, and they should be taught how to investigate those problems and answer those questions. The Sustainable Development Goals provide ample evidence of problems countries have agreed on globally that need to be solved. If real problems are the point of departure in education, it could mean that curricula could become and should become more open to interpretation depending on the context in which they are delivered. I think this implies that districts and schools could and should have greater control over how they interpret their curricula and what they teach to be responsive to the concerns of the communities that they are situated in. An example in the Faculty of Education. We have since 2019, after broad consultation and agreement, began to insist that our pre-service teachers, in preparation for their teaching placements, design learning experiences spanning more than one learning encounter. And we specifically stopped the practice of requiring them to complete a prescribed lesson planning format. Instead of using teaching goals and outcomes as their point of departure, we insist that they primarily think about the kind of learning experience they want to create and how to ensure meaningful and engaged learning. And I can tell you, students were absolutely bewildered. Eventually, one student wrote to me in exasperation and saying to me, "Just tell me exactly what lesson plan template I must follow to teach my lessons and how many lessons I must teach." For change to be transformative, it needs to be disruptive, and it will take everyone out of their comfort zone. It probably means massive upskilling of the existing teaching force and broad and sweeping curriculum transformation in our teacher education programs to ensure we disrupt current practices sufficiently to make a transformative difference in the next 10 to 20 years. I don't think it can be left to chance. And I think if we leave it up to individuals, it will not happen fast enough. In each of the photos on this page, you see it shows a species that faces extinction. All but one of them due to shrinking natural habitats. It also depends on only one of these species to turn the tide. But doing so, I think, will mean that education must be reimagined. Not enriched, not expanded, not adjusted, but completely reimagined. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. I hope that you will find the ideas that I shared here to inspire you to think further than you can dare imagine. Because I feel I can almost promise you that nothing short of that is going to get us to where we want to be in 2020. Thank you very much, Professor Elof. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Iman-Vogel, for that excellent keynote address, which certainly sets the tone for today's discussions. We're slightly ahead of schedule, and we're now in the part of the program where we will be able to leave room for one or two questions from our audience. So we hope that the technology will be with us. Please open up your screen and or type a question in the comments box, and then it can be a question or it can be a comment on any of the aspects that Professor Iman-Vogel has indicated during her keynote, so that we can get the discussion going. We hope we will allow time for a little bit of lag, just in case someone has. All right. Okay, my question that I'm hearing that's coming through is to ask Professor Iman-Vogel one question. What do you think is the most important thing that teacher educators can do to support Agenda 2030?
Thank you very much. I was almost not able to unmute myself. I think what the most important thing that teacher educators can do is to think about the kids that are in front of them. I really truly believe that if we want a different society, if we want a sustainable society, we need the people behind the schools, behind the government, behind the way that we think about society. The inequalities that we face and that I've spoken about that we need to eradicate. Just this morning, I was listening to a snippet of news talking about the issue of plastic and plastic pollution, and of course, countries who become signatories to be able to eliminate the use of single-use plastics. And at the moment, there's a little bit of a storm going on here in South Africa, because it appears that South Africa is one of the countries that might not become a signatory to such. And the very first thought that came to my mind is, if we think about quality education, the biggest impact that education can have is to educate people to become caring and empathic individuals, because that is where the deep second order sustainable change will be. If we don't change the way we think about the world, if we don't change the way we think about one another, whether we see each other as part of a bigger cause and a bigger family and the planet, it's very unlikely that the kinds of changes that we will be making will be superficial and will not really be far-reaching enough for us to really make a difference and reach a point where we can say that the planet is sustainable. So I think the quality of people that we grow is very important for teacher educators to keep in mind. I don't think anymore education is about what you learn and what you know. It's about who you are and who you are going to become and what you are going to do to contribute to society. I think that is what the future of education is about, the quality of people.
Thank you. We have a question from the University of Innsbruck. Professor Johanna Swatch would like to ask a question.
Okay, Professor Human, thank you very much for your very inspiring talk. It's very interesting, and I fully agree with almost everything you say. And it made me think both what Michael said about that the knowledge transition is not enough. I think we all agree on that. Also, that we all know if we have been teaching, we know that even if we start. We want to support students or create learning situations for students. We are always, we are always walking in the dark, basically. But what I would like to turn to is that you said these 4 or 5 aspects that you think are successful for the problem of ensuring more quality education and also the building this society 5.0. I think what would also have to be part of it is not only in acquiring-based learning, but interdisciplinary learning. So that's not one subject, like the subjects go together and work together. And the second point I'd like to make, I think it's highly effective if we stop teaching context and continue to ask and question problem solving and higher problem thinking. But I think if we want to connect kids or students with nature, I think that experiences are more important or probably more effective. Because if we use the experience, the word itself has peril in it. So if they make experiences, they may be dangerous in a way. I mean, we will stop them from hurting themselves, but they will perhaps face the danger of changing their view and their attitudes. So my question would be, how would you say, how could you envision offering situations, learning situations for students so that they can experience nature and the importance of it, and how can this be done in schools or in our educational institutions?
Thank you very much for that question. I agree fully with you, and I think this relates to how I think about first order and second order systemic change. I think that what really is needed, and the second order systemic change will require us to think about how we set up schools. When you talk about interdisciplinary learning, I think it's high time that we reconsider these sort of separate subjects that we have, where people learn, you learn in this subject this, and you learn in that subject that. I think experiential learning is absolutely crucial, and I think it starts with the fact that you start with the questions and the problems that you face. If I think about, connecting people to nature, sometimes you also have to experience the lack of nature in your surrounds to be able to understand how crucial that is. If I go out into my garden and I start, if I take a classroom and I break down all the boundaries that we have between this is geography, this is biology, this is, economics, or this is, the other subject, and you starting from the point of view is what are the problems that we face? How do you see those problems in your immediate community? When you start investigating them and you start looking at, what is it that's growing in my community? How many different types of birds and animals and insects do I see? Why are they here? Why are they not here? What do I need to learn about this to be able to understand how to get them here? What are the changes? In the environment where I live, you do not need to walk very far.
Oh, she's frozen.
Okay, Professor Iman-Vogel is frozen. Well, not she herself, but the screen is frozen. So, but we will return to her as soon as we've sorted out that technical detail. I want to encourage those of you who are attending, if you have a question, you are welcome to raise your hand on the platform so that you can enter the queue of questions that's coming up. The next question that we will have is from Professor Barbara Herzog-Punzenberger. and maybe we can go over to her to ask her question, and I will sum it up for Professor Iman-Vogel. I'm sure we will have her back by the time Professor Hertzog-Bunsenberger has shared her question.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Professor Iman-Vogel for the really interesting, inspiring talk. And I want to get back to her idea of a disruptive change. And she spoke about massive upskilling. And I want to address this idea because many of the things she said we have in alternative school projects already working. I mean, for many decades we have project learning and so on, but the disruption that would mean in the public school system and also in teacher education, I'm doubting we are ready to accept, because this would mean a real disruption in our teacher education, and I think that is at the heart of it. And let's be honest with ourselves. Who in teacher education is ready for disruptive change? I've heard otherwise with the people I've been speaking. They really shy away from disruptive change. Even when we talked, in the context of the pandemic, we have to have some kind of disruptive change in education, and then the teacher educators are at the heart of it. I don't find many people who are ready for that. And with the one point of upskilling, massive upskilling of ourselves. So how do we want to organize, the massive upskilling of teacher educators? Because I often feel we are talking about the schools and the teachers in the schools. And I think, as I have been with the alternative schools for many decades, everything is there. But the disruptive change that would mean for the overall public school system, we have to begin at our places. So that's my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hertzog-Bunsenberger, and welcome back, Professor Iman-Vogel. You are welcome to complete what you wanted to say in response to Professor Swartz's question. Professor Hertzog-Bunsenberger, I don't know how much of her question you caught, but she's asking about learning the advantages and the disadvantages of disruptions in learning, whether it's clear-cut the one way or the other, because she is experiencing some resistance towards disruptions. And then also Professor Hertzog-Bunsenberger is asking, what does it mean for us as teacher education in terms of our own upskilling?
Thank you very much, and apologies for that break in connection. It's unfortunately part of the realities of living in South Africa. So we had a power failure, but I'm back on the air. So I did catch quite a lot of Barbara's question and comments that she made, and I could agree fully with her. I experienced the same. I think that it's very difficult to argue disruption and change if the education system has not changed in the last 200 years. Simply when you start talking even about an issue as, and this is something that I regularly do, talking about assessment and how we assess and the importance of knowledge, there's massive pushback when one wants to start thinking about changing. But I think this is where Professor Schratz's earlier comment that he made is very crucial. We need to get to the point where we say to ourselves that, you know what, we don't know. We don't know the kinds of problems that we are being faced with today. We actually really cannot fall back on what we used to do, because that will not bring us to where we want. In my opinion, a lot of the pushback is very often from the perspective of wanting to protect a discipline and wanting to protect the standards of a discipline. People often think that once you start thinking and talking about authentic assessment and authentic learning and the questions and not the content, then it's like, oh, the content, But the irony of the matter is, I think that content will still be part of that. It's not an either or situation. And in terms of changing that, I think this is where universities are very important. We produce the educators that go into the system and that are going to be the teachers of tomorrow. And so if we equip them to begin changing the system from the inside, then perhaps this is not something that you will do in 2 years or 5 years. But I think it is something that is worth doing. But of course, even in universities, universities are notoriously also a place where it's difficult to change. If you look at change models and no matter whether you sort of look at it from the perspective of, you get very people who are early innovators, you get very few people who will try different things and take the chance to do that. And incidentally, when you talk about disruptive innovations are very often at the early start, looks like they are less effective or they are not as good as the traditional way of doing things. But very soon, it sort of starts gaining momentum and it actually overtakes, other forms of technology. So I unfortunately don't have an answer. I do think that even though we don't have the answer, maybe this is where the courage needs to come in. We need to be able to have the courage to begin doing something differently, because if we keep on doing what we are doing, we will get what we've always got.
We will have 2 more questions before we move on to our next section of the program. The first question is from Anja Tielman, and after her it will be Josephine Wagner, both from the Austrian context. Anja.
Hello and very well welcome to everybody. I'm sorry I cannot switch on my camera due to the same problem. I might get thrown out of the session, so very sorry for that. I totally agree to what Dr. Vogel said. So it's, but I felt very, very much thrown back to philosophy for children. All those points are points in Philosophy for Children by Dr. Lippmann, based on his work. And the Hawaiians, Dr. Jackson still works on this in very, very effective ways. It definitely goes into all those problem solving. It goes into the empathy. I know a lot of you might roll their eyes because it's kind of a 50-year-old program, but and I do agree, it is probably, and as Dr. Herzog said, it is an alternative education, but Philosophy for Children definitely is not based on alternative learning. It is based in schools, and it is this program for, as I said, 50 years. And P4C was 2007 nominated by the UNESCO, and it was called the School for Freedom. So that was the title under the UNESCO work. So Dr. Lippmann worked really, really, and there are a lot of studies, especially about the community of inquiry, because based on Peirce and Sanders and Dewey especially. So of course, this probably is an old foundation, but I think it's very, very much worth to look at. And I really want to thank on this point, Ursula. Thank you so much for working with me together on the global citizenship education and P4C. We'd really try to connect those two, because I think P4C is the method to think about children, to make them aware, to give them awareness, to train them really train them on empathy for each other by talking to each other, by raising questions, and do kind of an authentic learning by coming up with their questions. So it's very, very much different. And this is what I want to point out. P4C International is very, very different from, you probably know, by Kinderphilosophie or Philosophieren mit Kindern by the German, based on the German thinking. So those two really differ very, very much from each other. And yeah, I'm sorry, that was probably too long, but thank you very much. I really, really felt very much inspired again that this was a way I was going already 40 years ago.
Thank you very much, Anja. Professor Iman Vogel, would you like to respond on the whole?
Yes, I would just like to say that I agree full-heartedly. I think wholeheartedly. I think philosophy is part of it. I think an ethics of care is part of it. I think if we do not learn how to see we are connected to other living things and that we have a responsibility towards each other. And when I say responsibility towards each other, I don't include only people. I include plants, I include animals, I include living things. And there are ways that you know, there's a lot that we can do, but we will only do that if we see our responsibility and connectedness to each other and to the living world. And I think that philosophy, the principles of morality and moral principles are really important as part of teaching children empathy and care and responsibility, I imagine, and accountability.
Our final question for this session is coming from Josephine Wagner. Josephine.
Thank you so much for calling on me. Thank you so much, Professor Vogel, for your really inspiring talk. And I'm really so thrilled about how this discussion is embracing a critical spirit and is talking about resistance and about opposing existing structures. And it kind of comes down, from my perspective, also to see how teachers can be actually political actors and how teacher professionalism has maybe not enough embraced an understanding of teachers as public intellectuals, because the way that you're describing the stand that teachers need to take in our world and the incredibly dramatic consequences that we are facing if they don't, we just need to ask ourselves as teacher educators, how can we politicize our teacher students? And with this, I think it's also a question of anti-capitalist critique, anti-racist critique, anti-discrimination, and it's sustainability then really becomes something that is one of the ideological battlefields of our times. And I think there are big countries all over the world that do not see climate change as an imminent threat, that question it, that allow political parties to question the truth about climate change. So I think that, well, of course, we want to be visionaries on this platform. Our teachers are faced with local powers, in between teacher unions and political parties, and also quite rigid university structures, right? So how can we move towards a broader stance where we say our teachers are going to be politically conscious public intellectuals, and that not only with regards to almost somewhat unpolitical sustainability conversations, but those are hooked to anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist standpoints. And thank you so much. And I realize it's complex, but I would love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much. I think for me, it all comes down to how we teach and how we approach teaching. When I speak about inquiry-based approaches, when I speak about teaching students to question, I think it's very easy thing to say that we want to teach our students to question, but they can ask certain questions because some questions might be uncomfortable and some questions we might not have the answers to. So I think that for me, part of the problem of what we do in education is we say we want to follow, say, for example, a more critical approach to what we teach and how we learn. But when it comes to how we assess, when it comes to our standards, then we expect the correct answer. And what does that teach children at school, and what does that teach our students? It teaches us, you can ask lots of questions, but in the end, you need to have a particular answer and you need to meet a particular standard. And let's be honest with each other. Students want to pass. That's what they want to do. They want to pass so that they can continue onto their journey. And if the standard for passing means that you have to have the answer that the teacher regards as correct, then we are not going to make any change. I think that if we are really courageous and if we really want to transform our curricula, we should transform our curricula to make it possible that different people and different kids can learn different things. Why do we all have to learn the same thing? Why do we all have to have the same answer to the question? The very reason I think why we are having this discussion here today, and I referred to it a little bit as you know, the wickedness of the problem. And we know we talk about wicked problems these days, and what makes them wicked is because there are so many different possible solutions, and depending from your vantage point, you see the problem differently and you see a different solution. And maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay to have different solutions. Maybe it's okay for children to be in the same class and learn different things. So I think that if we do not, if we are not courageous enough to say to students and to children that you can ask questions and you can research those questions and you can find answers, and your answer doesn't have to be the same as the next person's answer. If we do that, students will learn agency. They will learn that they can ask questions and that the answers that they come to will be accepted. But if we say that and we just in the end say, okay, well, you know, you still have to, in any case, you have to pass this exam and there's right and wrong questions, then we are not going to teach agency. I think no matter how idealistic we would like to be, you know, you can say a lot of things, but in the end, if it comes down to there's only one answer, then I think that, you know, that is part of the problem, why students are not more activistic, I suppose, in terms of what they learn. So the long answer, I suppose, that I'm giving you to admittedly, yes, a very complex problem is that I think curriculum transformation is key. And the changing education and what we think the purpose of education is. I think we are talking a lot of things, but in the end, when it comes down to it, the purpose of education is still to pass an exam and to get a degree and to go and work and hopefully find employment. And I really think that we need to also challenge that. Yes, I understand that there is quality concerns, that there are standards, that we would like to think that our education that we offer at our universities meet a standard that we can trust. I'm not saying that one should throw that, you know, completely out of the bus or whatever it is that you want to throw it out of. But I do think we need to enable students to ask questions, to find answers to their questions, and not only insist on the right answer or a particular answer that we think is and sometimes ideologically that we think is more acceptable.
Okay, Professor Iman-Vogel, thank you once again, not only for your keynote presentation, but also for the way in which you have engaged with our audience members from all over the world in the session afterwards. We will now have a short break where you will be able to grab your cup of coffee before we move over to our first breakaway session for the day. The theme of the breakaway session is teaching sustainability, supporting quality education in teacher education. You will be able to choose your own breakaway session, but we want to ask you that you ensure that you please use the same name with which you have registered for this event so that you will be able to effectively be allocated to a room. Each breakaway session is guided by a key question and it has its own facilitator who will facilitate the discussion around that theme. You will be invited to introduce yourself in the comments section of the session. Like we said in the beginning, this webinar is also about building international research networks around this theme that we are discussing today. When you speak, please be sure to also introduce yourself by stating your name and your current institutional affiliation. In the interest of keeping the dialogue going, there might be some technical difficulties for your facilitator. We would like to encourage those of you who are in the room to please just continue the discussion, just in case your facilitator may be experiencing some technical challenges. They will be joining you soon afterwards in a minute or two's time, usually. If you experience any technical challenges yourself, please come back to the main room on the platform and you will be kindly assisted. After the breakaway session, there will be brief report backs by the facilitators on the key messages from the discussions to the larger group. So we now have a short break, and then we will move to our first, most exciting part of the program, where we will have everyone's views and experiences integrated into the dialogue for today. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back from the very fruitful discussions. It's always nice if we can connect with one another in the smaller groups. It is now time for our feedback from the facilitators from each of the groups. You will have about 2 minutes to report back from the discussions, which I know is a monumental task to wrap up the discussion of 40 minutes into a 2-minute discussion. But if you can perhaps just lift out 1 or 2 key ideas that you think may be important to the larger group. So the one from the first theme, we will do this in the order that it is on the program, is Joseph Steinlechner from the University of Vienna. And he will be reporting back on the discussions from theme 1, which discussed the understanding of sustainability in terms of SDG 4. Joseph, we are very forgiving because we know that you've only now had 2 minutes to prepare your summary from this group. Over to you, Joe.
Thank you. We were still mid-discussion, and in mid-sentence we were moved to the main session. So didn't even have 2 minutes, but that's fine. So basically, our discussion, first of all, we tried to kind of see how sustainability and quality education are connected or linked with each other, and that led us to the big question: what actually constitutes quality education? What do we feel are the factors that make education quality? We spoke about various things, but in the end, what we spoke about for a longer period of time, and which we found very interesting, were 2 things. On the one, it was kind of an approach to more holistic education, a lot in line with the 5 pillars of education, and to kind of also enable or teach students to teach them various things to live sustainable. And another factor which we found what we spoke about a lot is actually kind of the need for assessment and the current situation where everything needs to be measured quantitatively, and how that's kind of in line with an economy-driven society, and that actually can have very negative effects on education, because a lot of education needs to deliver certain results in terms of large-scale assessments, and how that kind of actually takes away from the whole qualitative aspect and from this whole holistic approach, and this way to teach and to educate students in a holistic manner. I would say that are the key takeaways from our discussion.
Thank you very much, Joe, for that. We are all very impressed with you for those 2 key points in such a short time frame. Thank you very much for that. Our next feedback will be from Professor Motlalepule Mampane. She's the head of the Department of Educational Psychology at the University of Pretoria, and she's also the expert advisor to the Teach4Reach project. Professor Mampane will be providing us feedback on theme 2, the attitudes of teacher educators and teachers about the SDGs. Professor Mampane.
Thank you, Prof. Himen-Vogel. We had a small group, and mostly the key area was what is really quality. In terms of attitudes to teacher education, what we discussed was more about inclusive education, inclusivity, and how teachers' attitude is towards including learners with barriers to learning, and also the issue of lack of access, lack of inclusivity, which might actually lead to barriers to learning, and also not being literate. Even if learners have access to primary or secondary school education, in the end, if there's no inclusivity, they might actually have barriers to education and learning. We also discuss issues of economic, socioeconomic factors, where access also to early childhood would impact on who access education. It's not everyone who can access education. It depends mostly as to, for you to have quality education, you will access most expensive education facilities where if your parents can afford that. And also we discuss on the issue of languages, which language is superior to the other. We compared South Africa and Austria and Germany, and how many languages do education facilities offer access to, especially in early childhood education, and learners who do not study in their own home language, would they actually have access to quality education in terms of, or also are they included into the education space and education system? I think those mostly are the key issues that we focused on, but the main thing was, what is quality education? What are the attitude of teachers towards ensuring that there's quality education? And there was a huge question that teacher education don't even focus on SDGs. People who qualify from universities don't know anything about SDGs.
Thank you very much, Professor Mampane, for that feedback. I will now provide the feedback from theme 3 on the impact of Agenda 2030 on teacher education curricula. But before I do that, I would just like to remind everyone that there's a polling question there may be a polling question on your screen at the moment. Please complete it if you have a minute to do so. So in our group, we had very interesting discussions from the South African context as well as from the Mozambican context. And one of the key points was the notion that we need to have a discussion about access to education, even before we have the discussion about quality education. Because within the African context, there are students who are being affected by war, they may be affected by violence in their regions of the world where they are trying to access education. So our first responsibility is to ensure access for all children and students of all ages. So we had a bit of a discussion on that. We also had some discussion on the need for alignment between the different policy environments that impact on quality education, specifically in terms of the feeder zones, where the access to a meal at a school is the only access to food for many students in the African context. But sometimes there are instances where the policies seem to work against one another. So the policies that inform the practices around access to food may not necessarily have been articulated with the policies that is focused on quality education. Another point that was made was that as we have our discussions on Agenda 2030, we are working on the African continent, and we also need to acknowledge the effect of Agenda 2063. So for those of us, or for those of the delegates at today's webinar who are from the European context, Agenda 2063 is a visionary document from the African Union. And it is a 50-year strategic document that articulates the vision for Africa in terms of aspirational goals. So one of the points of discussions was that we cannot have the discussion on Agenda 2030 unless we also have the discussion on Agenda 2063 for the African continent. So from our group, notes on access to quality education in conjunction with the discussion on quality education, some notes on the need for articulation of policy environments, and then also the need to articulate our discussions with Agenda 2063. So that's the feedback from theme 3. Next up is the feedback from theme 4, which will be provided to us by Alexander O'Fellner. And theme 4 discussed the implementation of the SDGs in teacher education curricula. Alexander.
Yeah, thanks a lot. First of all, also to the group for the discussion. What we discussed might be a little bit in contrast to what Professor Mampane said, that teachers don't know anything about the SDGs, because we were actually asking the question, what do we already have, but maybe not label as an SDG, which might be very interesting, because we had the problem discussed of full curricula. Teacher education curricula are usually full of stuff that we should teach. So we might think about where do we already have issues that belong to the SDGs, but maybe don't see them. What is already done? This is a very important question. And we found examples from research projects at the University of Pretoria, for Practica at the Pädagogische Hochschule in Vienna. So there are certain examples where things are already done, also under the label of the SDGs. The other thing is that teacher education might also be seen in terms of the continuous professional development. So there is a certain potential of teachers who already teach and who might be able to reflect on what they are teaching and how they are teaching these aspects. So this was also one of the focuses of our discussion. And the last point I would like to mention is teacher educators as role models. So we as teacher educators should also think about what do we do. We had an example from the Pädagogische Hochschule Wien who have solar panels on their buildings as an example how it is lived at an institution and what students who become teachers might also see. So are we role models? Should we be role models? And what is our what could we do there as teacher educators? So I guess this might cover the main points of the discussion. And thanks a lot again.
Thank you very much, Alex. Our next feedback is from Dr. Dennis Francisconi. He will be providing us with feedback on theme 5. What are the success stories of curricula and research with infused SDGs? Dr. Francisconi.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to all the participants to the session. We had a lovely discussion, and we just talked about success. So please take notes. If you want to have a successful curriculum, you need to follow these points, these main key points. Well, first of all, agency, participation, engagement, bottom-up approach for students and teachers. Sustainability requires that all the participants there build up the knowledge that they are working on. Values. We need to merge numbers and facts, let's say the hard sciences, with values and ethics and philosophy that has been said before as well. We need to, let's say, extend the range of didactics from hard sciences to ethics. Interdisciplinarity. This goes in line with what I just said, moving beyond the separated subject that's necessary for sustainability. There's nothing to do about that. And the school environment and class environments needs to be culturally and linguistically responsive. That's a key element. You have said that already. The classrooms are very much diverse culturally and linguistically, and we need to take that in consideration anytime. Then stronger continuing teacher education, that must be a key factor, continuing professional development for teachers regarding sustainability and SDGs. And then finally, at the end, this is something that has to do, I think, with most of us. We need joint work and collaboration between tertiary education, higher education systems, and schools and educational systems. A stronger collaboration and a joint work between universities and research centers with schools, and not only to teach them what they have to do, but also to hear them, to listen to them, and learn from their experiences. That's all from our side.
Much, Dr. Francisconi. Our last feedback from the last group is by Sabine Freudhoffmeyer, and she will be giving us the feedback from the group who spoke about the future of teacher education. Sabine.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you also to my group. We also had a very good discussion about future of teacher education. And I also want to point to some issues. So we were talking about that teachers should have a different experience before they go into the teacher education program, so that they experience the world before and the things they will teach in future. So as an idea, or maybe how to foster different ways in teacher education when persons are in a different areas, working in different areas before. That's also very valuable for if they are a lawyer before, and how we can have them also in the teacher education programs to value different experience they have before they become teacher education. A second point was that we want to have teachers, or to build on the self-confidence of teacher of a next school teacher. This was also a very important issue. A third point was we were talking about assessment, so that at the beginning of education, of school education, children are very motivated to understand, to know a lot about the environment. But this might be changed then if they going more ahead in their educational track, and they are focused more on assessment. So to think about how assessment also is influencing the way you learn or what you learn, and that that might be a very big issue to think about. And another or last point was we were talking about different educational systems in Austria and in South Africa, and that's also worth not only to value an academic learning pathway, but also to value manual or technical work. So asking what is the talent school children have, so where can we maybe to have more an individualized approach in school teaching, and how and this was framed about a bigger discussion about social inequality. So how can also the school system reduce more social inequality? So as an ongoing topic in school education. That's from our side.
Thank you very much for that feedback, Sabine, from Group 6. We will now move over. We will now again have a short 15-minute break when we come to a very exciting final part of our program, where we will be talking about understanding sustainability, SDG 4, and teacher education. But now for us to wrap up this session, I would like to invite Dr. Khadi Matabadi to close this session for us before we come back here to meet again at 12:45.
Thank you so much, Irma. And I would like to just thank everyone for all your insights and all the energy with which you contributed to our discussions and you stayed on. I just want to excite you a little bit that you will not be wasting your time by coming back for the session 2, which is very exciting. We are going to have a PhD student presentation on defining quality in education, and some more breakaway sessions, which are more research focused. And we would really like to invite you to please come back. We are going to take a break from 12:30 and then we start promptly at 12:45 Central Eastern Time. So just want to say thank you so much from the Teach4Reach team, and continue to bring those contributions in. We are really learning a lot from each other. Thanks, Irma.
We'll see you at 12:45. Welcome back, everyone. We would now like to introduce our PhD student for the day. She will be doing a 15-minute presentation for us. Sunette Grobler completed her master's degree in natural sciences in South Africa. She's been a preschool teacher in the South African context, and she's currently doing her doctoral study at the University of Innsbruck. Her study investigates definitions of quality as depicted within Sustainable Development Goal 4 on quality education. Over to you, Sunette.
Okay, good day, everyone, and thank you for the introduction, Prof. Elof. Before I start, I wanted to share something with you. I found the following quote on social media this morning, and it says, "Education breeds confidence, confidence breeds hope, and hope breeds peace." And this is applicable to today's theme, and I found my peace because I know what we are doing in the field of education will be worthwhile at the end of the day. So from my side, also a warm welcome to everyone, and thank you for the work you are doing in the fields of education as well as sustainability. So I'm Sunette, and I'm also from South Africa and currently living in the beautiful Austria. I'm in the first year of completing my PhD at the University of Innsbruck. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thesis ideas and aspirations with you today. As you can see, my studies focus on quality teacher education in the context of sustainability, and it includes the research on important concepts that are associated with it. So it took me a while to decide what kind of researcher I wanted to be. And I realized that I also want to focus on changing the world, also one small step at a time. And by this, I want to do this through supporting people in changing their consciousness to enhance the quality of their lives with help from the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So let's start at the beginning. Quality. Michael Piasek's whole idea of quality was to leave it open for creativity and not to deliberately define what the requirements are to be of good quality. And I like the statement of Piasek saying that any definition of the term quality can be both true and false, because quality exists always as a perceptual experience before it is ever thought of descriptively or academically. And as we all know, to define the term quality is very difficult. It is like defining education per se. It can be very broad and complex depending on the perspective from and the context in which you view it. And Piasek also said that universities are places where things need to be spelled out. Well, that's a conception most people have. And I think when it comes to people and working with people in certain environments, because we are of such subjective and complex nature, it is hard to spell out everything in deliberate terms. But in my study, I will attempt to motivate stakeholders to think and wonder about these terms and think, why do we have terms such as quality education, and sustainability? Quality has been defined as excellence, value, beauty, agreement to certain specifications, agreement to the requirements or expectations, a products or processes, capabilities, and also its desirable features. In this case, the process refers to education. The purpose of education has always been disputed, but in my study, I aligned with the definition of the mentioned researchers here on the slide, saying that education has been and will always be to empower and impart skills and knowledge in learners. I say this because it brings quality and education together. We can then ask ourselves these following questions. What is this certain quality that the authors refer to? What makes education of a certain quality? And does quality mean good quality? Why do people refer to as things of quality and not use the concepts bad and good quality anymore? And this study positions itself within the context. Okay. And in defining quality, I turn to the body of literature that has integrated the notion of quality into its theoretical expansion, quality of life studies. Just as quality of life can both be objective and subjective. Quality of life is also enhanced by self-determination, resources, purpose in life, and a sense of belonging, which can be connected to living sustainably at the end of the day. It is my contention that a similar argument can be made for the notion of quality education for sustainability. Conceptualizing quality education within the context of sustainability is much more than just thinking about the ecological concepts or components. According to Block and Paradis, sustainability tends to strive to develop societies that provide a high quality of life in a way that is simultaneously ecological and socially just, not only locally or nationally, but also globally. We can now move on to the connection between these mentioned concepts and the Sustainable Development Goals. So the study positions itself within the context of the Agenda 2030 and the related sustainable goals, aka SDGs. This study seeks clarity regarding the previous mentioned concepts within the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as in related literature. And in the United Nations 17 SDGs document, quality education is not clearly defined and leaves room for open interpretations in various global contexts. As such, the fact that the SDGs are interconnected and attempts to find solutions to things like hunger, poverty, inequality, non-peace, injustice, global warming, illiteracy, etc., may mean that the notion of quality is inherently fluid and open for contextual conceptualization. The SDG number 4 states the assurance of inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And further on, UNESCO stated that the education mentioned here is to promote learning that is deliberate, intentional, purposeful, and organized. But what would deliberate, intentional, purposeful, and organized in terms of quality of life mean? If we really want to enhance quality of life through quality education by attempting to achieve the SDGs, we need to ask these questions again. And yes, there are many requirements to what quality education should mean. For example, are all of the components descriptions clear in a school system or a curriculum? What is the overall impression one gets of an institute or a school? Are there enough good quality resources available for use, and is it being utilized effectively? Are the ways to reach outcomes clear and of good quality? What are the knowledge, attitudes, and skills to be reached by students, and in which ways will they reach it? What are the consequences of the education? What makes education of a certain institute better than others, etc. So the need for conceptual clarification is clear, because how do we relate these concepts to one another in order to get a clear enough understanding of quality education overall if we don't even know what it means? And I love the following statement of Elaine Unterhalter, because it really shows the essence of the connection between quality, sustainability, and education. And according to this researcher, quality education later on became more focused on sustainability. And as mentioned before, sustainability in the case of the SDGs has to do with the ecological factors, but also has to do with finding solutions to the global problems we are facing today. These are all things we have to focus on during education. And by starting with teacher education, future teachers can be educated to focus on these types of concepts and ideas. But the question is again, how do we do this effectively? How do we educate teachers, students to realize the essence of these aspects beyond only a level of qualification? I will also be focusing especially on target 4.7 that mentions ensuring all learners such as teachers, students, teachers, and learners to have the necessary skills and knowledge to promote sustainability. And in the literature, quality education has often been closely connected to education for Sustainable Development, also known as ESD. And according to UNESCO, education for sustainable development has a critical role to play in achieving environmental, socio-cultural, as well as ethical awareness about the importance of sustainability, and in the process, create such values, skills, attitudes, and behaviors. And I will also refer to Prof. Human empathy concept, which are all consistent with the sustainable development process. Integrating these concepts into teacher education programs are therefore critical in order to support the Agenda 2030. The body of literature that has developed since the launch of Agenda 2030 in 2015 is substantial, and it continues to grow. And this provides a dynamic database for my study to explore the various ways in which quality is defined globally. In this study, I will also be focusing on the appropriate, realistical, and practical ways in which quality education as well as sustainability has already been implemented in global contexts, such as South Africa and Austria. This research will also attempt to build a strong foundation in educating individuals and communities to support the stakeholders in reaching the SDGs later on. And the next slide provides an overview of my study. So firstly, I will seek clarity on quality education and the term-related concepts. Then I will be exploring indicators that can extend teacher education efficacy to support the SDG 4, how the indicators can be connected to enrich teacher education further, and how teacher students can be educated to an extent of efficacy to support the Sustainable Development Goals further. And towards the end of my study, I will also engage stakeholders who are involved in developing policies for teacher education and the Agenda 2030, and explore why they think sustainability can enhance quality education and contrary-wise. So I'm really thrilled about the study and to be working with the Teach4Reach project with great experts. And I will appreciate any inputs or questions to further contribute to my study. If anyone wants to get in contact with me, my email address is on the slide and can also be found on the Teach4Reach documents. Yeah, so thank you for your time and your attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Sunette. I think we are all looking forward to the findings that will be emerging from this doctoral study. It is now time for our second breakaway groups on understandings of sustainability and quality education in the global context. The discussions within these breakaway groups will shape the research agenda within the Teach4Reach project going forward. As with the first breakaway groups, you are therefore again encouraged to contribute your thoughts and experiences within these groups abundantly. We will see you there. Welcome back, everyone. From our second breakaway session, the feedback for this session will be facilitated by Dr. Khadi Matabati. I will now do the feedback for theme 1, and then after that, she will be doing the facilitation for the rest of the groups. So in our groups, in our group, theme 1, there was I counted up, there was more than 150 years of experience in teacher education, so some really interesting insights being shared there. One of the common themes was that there's a real hope for something better in teacher education going forward. Even though the current situation that we find ourselves in can be quite dire, our group felt that they think we should do better than what we've done for the previous 200 years. There was also a comment on the fact that we need to know our students. We really need to connect with our students in order to understand what they need as the teachers of the future. And that may mean that we may change our curricula, that we may change the way that we assess students, that we may change our interactions with them on a daily basis. The theme that came up was that we really should lead by example. One of the participants was sharing how she struggled with connectivity during one of her lectures, and she showed the students how she had to reconnect from her car, and the battery ran out and all of that. And I think one of the comments was around the vulnerability, the humility that we all bring to our practices as teacher education at the moment. Then there was also some discussion on the city, rural, urban, rural continuum in terms of teacher education and the different worlds in which our students work. So a lot of discussion on that. Some remarks on employability of our students, that we really can't divorce what we do at university with their future employability. They need to have the skills, the knowledge, the experience, so that they will be able to be employable or provide employment in their own lives. There was some comments on the complexities, and this came from someone who was not a teacher education, on the complexities of inserting sustainability into the development of curricula, that this is no easy feat. And some of the examples that were shared helped with that discussion. We also had some interesting comments from a student who said that we really should be connecting with one another more. We tend to work in silos in education, and the hope was expressed that we would this Teach4Reach project will become a place where more connections can be formed. The student also said that we should use data more in our decision-making in education. Okay, so from our group, modeling what we're learning, connecting with our students, and really inserting reflective practice in our work with teacher educators. Thank you. This is the feedback from theme 1. Over to Dr. Matabati.
That is so informative and very interesting. Now I'm going to hand over to Dr. Josephine Wegner, who also facilitated the German parallel of the same session that Prof. Irma also led. Josephine, over to you.
Thank you so much. Again, big thank you to the group members and their contributions. I was wrapped up in the conversation, so forgive me the kind of limited ability to reproduce everything we spoke about. But one of the things that really stood out for me was we had 2 students that are students in inclusive pedagogy at our department, and one doctoral student as well, and a professor. And what was stressed was that there needs to be more integration. On the one hand, there needs to be integration between subject teachers and those teachers that consider themselves as like inclusive education teachers. And it would be an important idea to spread like a more, empathetic and kind of in line with the sustainability goals pedagogy on a broader to a broader extent, so that every teacher student, may it be a math teacher, a science teacher, an art teacher, feels that understands like these pedagogical goals behind the quality education or sustainability education, and not just those that study, for example, inclusion as their primary subject. And also that within teaching faculties, there needs to be a more integrated understanding of what a faculty is and what vision it can actually develop in order to implement a policy idea. And so we were discussing that how it's important that actually this kind of intellectual critical consciousness of teachers needs to be sharpened in order to become actors within an implementation project process. So this idea of not kind of pigeonholing sustainability or pigeonholing, one of these goals, but spreading it throughout teacher education within, in order to achieve the 2030 goal. And so we also discussed how can actually education structures be more flexible in order to have these larger goals permeate from like a federal state level into the actual classroom settings, and that education systems are quite rigid, and it takes a different approach to transformation in order for a different vision to be implemented, and that needs to be considered. And more on like a specific teacher base, I think stood out for me this idea of being more reflective as a teacher of our own privilege and of our own privileged backgrounds vis-a-vis our student populations. And I think that of course, in teacher education, we are not nearly as representative of the cultural diversity that is within our classrooms. And of course, that is also true for our teacher staff. So if we want to break open some of these like disparities and kind of isolation tendencies between majority culture, minority cultures, then there needs to be just a different approach of how educational opportunity is distributed. And of course, this needs to start, teacher education needs to be one of the first places where this needs to start. If someone from my group wants to add something, please jump in. I hope I do justice to what we discussed. Otherwise, I would just pass on the comments.
Okay, thank you so much, Josephine, for that. And now I would like to give opportunity to Rosa, who was facilitating the theme, how do the SDGs currently feature in teacher education programs from the Global South and the Global North? Rosa?
Thank you, Dr. Kadima Tabate, delegates, all the delegates, good afternoon. It was a very thought-provoking and obviously empowering session that I had. I had a panel of experts, if I may say that, who are teachers in profession. Some are working as lecturers in the teacher education programs. So I really managed to get a lot of inputs or ideas or thoughts regarding this question. And what stood out for me in that session is when the delegates or the participants indicated that there are topics inside the teacher education curriculum of SDGs, but there is no focus. The teachers do not know that these are SDGs or these topics are SDG goals. They are just part of the curricula, but there's no that emphasis. And one more thing is that I had a participant from Mozambique who said that teachers are totally not aware of the SDGs at all. So it was one of the things that was also thought-provoking. And there's also a keyword that kept on coming in terms of stakeholder collaboration, where they said that there is a need of collaboration from various stakeholders, because there are curriculum developers at the top and policymakers at the top who develop curriculum and policies, and there is the teachers at the bottom who has to make sure that they implement the curriculum. And you'll find that sometimes there is lack or insufficient training in order to can direct the teachers to say, this is how we want this policy to be implemented in this way. So there's this gap between curriculum development and curriculum developers at the tail end of our chain in terms of our education system. And also the other point that was very thought-provoking was when I asked the icebreaker question about what is the understanding of SDG, and a very profound information that I got there to say we need to look at quality education qualitatively in terms of the content itself and quantitatively in terms of the numbers, in terms of access. So also that really was very thought-provoking and I thought is very valuable in this entire project. And one last thing was when the question about how can a stronger focus on SDG change teacher education. There was one thing about integrating behavioral change in our curriculum, in our teacher education curriculum. We should not have teacher education programs that do not meet the society needs. We need to ask a question to say, what does the society need? And the answers that we get from that question of what does the society need can inform us or inform policymakers, academics, and scholars to come up with the programs or teacher education programs that can then meet or align with what the society needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rosa. That is so exciting. And now I'm going to hand over to Sinette. The theme that she was facilitating was how can quality education be supported and improved with teacher education programs. Sinette, over to you.
Thank you very much. I will keep it short since we're a little bit over time. Okay, so we had a very fruitful conversation as well. And I just have 8 points that I want to share with you. So the first one we said was that it seems like the teacher education can't keep up with the fast changing society. Okay, so that is one of the things we have to address. And then we also spoke about quality of life. The questions the students ask themselves will be, where do you want to go as a society as well as an individual? So maybe focus a lot on the quality of life, and then it will bring awareness on quality education or the things that they want to reach in the quality education. And then we also need to put pressure on political actors, people that need to act. We also talked about that sometimes we know that teachers don't want to do extra, so they don't want to go for extracurricular or activities and interventions and things like that. But we have to develop the awareness in teacher educators that they have the power from inside. So as soon as they get into a school, they can start to make a change in the school, in the society, from the core of the problem. And then we also spoke about what lifelong learning was meant in the targets or in the SDG4. And we spoke about that it is to help them develop skills to be able to learn lifelong, as well as giving all ages the opportunities to learn. And then as well as the third aspect that will be motivation. So we should create a need or a motivation for the students who will become teachers to want to learn for the rest of their lives. We also talk about different social milieus that people found themselves in, and teacher students are actually in a position where they have the opportunity to study in different fields and do different courses and things like that, because we just thought that if they broaden their knowledge in different fields, it can also bring or help them to improvise if they don't, for example, have resources in the classroom And it can also have something to do or an effect on their self-actualization and the skills they have as well. And then the last point we had is to show future teachers the social justice or injustice there are in schools. So people need to see what is going on in different societies to be able to really grasp what is going on around them and to then make a difference, or as we spoke about earlier, to grow or have empathy at the end of the day. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Sunette. And lastly, Prof. Michael, on the didactic setting that realizes SDGs and what it looks like in concrete terms.
Thank you, Kiadi. I want to start off with the visions which we came up at the end of our discussion, because we needed the direction, a way to go, to get away from not so satisfying didactic approaches. So for us in the group, we said in 2030 we need a value-driven curriculum and value-driven way of teaching. And this, of course, causes empowerment, and a teacher, educator has to be empowered all his or her professional life. Otherwise, he or she won't be able to empower the future teachers. It should also be a multidisciplinary approach in didactics, not just a monodidactic one. It should be active-based and always outreach-based approach, so not just being concentrated on a classroom, but going outside into the world and experience the thing which is there. Therefore, it has to be flexible and creative. And on the other hand, one point was we have to be careful to look at well-being of the teachers, because otherwise we impose so much on them that they cannot really go on with that. And finally, in that visionary phase, we were talking about the necessity of collaboration of all stakeholders involved. It's a long way to go there, because as people said that at the moment, the SDGs in the didactic perspectives mainly happen by the way, and it's not a conscious decision for most of them to say, we use that in teaching to enable them to be more sustainable in the future. So even there is some niches where you can do that and be creative, using your subject as a platform, getting into the sustainable development goal areas. And it was important, however, to stress the context in there, because there is no blueprint which you can take into your didactic perspective and just use it in any subject areas. You always have to look at what is around there, who are the others, in order to be able to empower students. And teacher educators, therefore, should not lose contact with that environment as well. It is important, as people said, that the university didactic settings is very much streamed by the final exams, and this is why the assessment would have to change away from just narrow tests using asking for the contents of what has been learned, but using portfolios and presentations to make that far more open into what this SDGs in didactics would mean. And finally, what went through that as a red string was learning always works only through experience. And if in teacher education, you only experience people lecturing, so teachers tend to teach the way they are taught and not the way they are taught to teach. So they have to be taught the way how they should eventually live it, as was often mentioned in our course. Thanks everybody again for this exciting experience. It was a very empowering session, probably like all of you. And back to you, Dadi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Emma.
Thank you very much, Khadi, for that facilitation, and thank you very much for all the facilitators for the quality of the feedback. We will now invite Professor Evie Agostini to do the closing remarks for today's webinar and to tell us more about the next Teach4Reach webinar that will be hosted at the University of Vienna. Over to you, Professor Agostini.
Thank you, Irma Elof. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation to all of you, to the speakers, to the panelists, to the facilitators for your valuable contributions to our first Teach4Reach webinar. Also on behalf of my colleagues, Professor Irma Elof, Dr. Khadi Matavate, Professor Michael Schratz, and also Dr. Anne-Kathrin Dittrich. Our gratitude goes to all of you who attended the webinar and helped to make it such a fruitful event. We are also really grateful to all of those who have been involved in the organization of the event at the University of Pretoria. Especially, we would like to thank Laverne Garner and also Louis Claude, who helped a lot, also in the background. And the aim of the webinar was to explore ways in which SDG 4 in specific and the Agenda 2030 in general can be supported through innovative teacher education programs. I observed your excellent presentations and also active discussions. So I can conclude that the purpose of the first webinar has been accomplished. But as I think we all agree, there's still a lot of work to be done. So I would like to kindly invite you to participate also in the next webinar on SDG 5 on gender equality that will be hosted at the University of Vienna. It will take place on the 3rd of November 2021, and an invitation will reach you soon. In the meantime, I thank you once again for your participation in the webinar and wish you all a lovely afternoon. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in November.